Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. How can I help you?
I am going to be the attorney that's retained on Toriana Hudson. I'll be substituting in for Matthew Forrest.
On Hudson?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Mr. Forrest, I spoke to him late yesterday around 5:30. I think he's on a flight right now somewhere. But he authorized me to sign the substitution. I'll do that later today and submit it to your staff.
Okay. You know if I have a special prosecutor on that one?
Judge, I just got retained yesterday. I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Okay. Wayne County Jail, what's your name, sir?
Thomas Miller, Your Honor.
Okay, we're just waiting on your attorney, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. National, I don't have any prosecutors here yet.
Okay.
They should be joining us shortly, though.
Okay. I'll just stay on mute whenever you're ready for me.
Okay. Hey, watch how you doing this morning. Fine. So, Marshall, you have a further question. Come on up, sir. How you doing? Good. How are you? How are you?
James Graves. Yeah.
You got a case number?
They don't have the case number.
GRIDS?
GRIDS. Yeah, that's 672.
last name is James.
Morning, Jeff.
Good morning, how you doing?
Good. Sorry.
That all. It's under case number 230.
Okay.
2305518.
That's next to Judge Jones.
Alcatel Joy, tab 2. Sir, what's your name?
Brandon Thomas Miller, Your Honor.
Not you, sir, not you. What's your name, sir? Yes, Alcatel Joy, tab 2. What's your name?
Who, me?
Yes.
I'm Vanessa Quinn.
I don't know you, Miss Quinn. You say it like I should. What are you here for?
This my court date.
I don't see you on my docket, Ms. Quinn. Are you a defendant?
Yeah, let me get my ticket thing.
I'll hold while she gets her ticket.
February 10th at 10:30.
What courtroom?
435.
This isn't 435, ma'am.
Well, okay, that's the number they gave me. I'll try to call back and get the right number. Sorry.
It's 360-435-0000.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Drain, are you on Hudson?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Wayne County Jail. Sir, can you get the deputy for me?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, sir.
Do you still have Torian Hudson?
It says Torian Hudson's at, I think he had another court with another district, Your Honor. He's not in his housing unit on the status report. He says he's out the court.
Okay. Yes.
I'm over here. Actually, I had his mother.
Sorry.
I had his mother.
Ms. Hudson?
She's she said she's receiving threats.
The judge asked, what's your property?
Are you prepared to waive Mr. Hudson's presence?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, we're ready to listen.
Calling case number 2305-541301. For the state of Michigan versus Torian Hudson. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to commit bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, devices, imitation, irritants, unlawful possession or use causing personal injury. Count 3, domestic violence. Count 4, assault or assault and battery.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Knapp, suit P73742 on behalf of the defendant. He is not here at this time. I am waiving his appearance.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I just got retained in this matter late yesterday, so I don't have any discovery whatsoever, and I haven't had a chance to speak to Mrs. Drain about the case. I do know that there is another case he has out of 36th District Court that was scheduled for a competency hearing. I believe it's April 10th in front of the Honorable Judge Jefferson. So I'm not sure if this matter is more appropriate to do the same or not, but I haven't had a chance to speak to Ms. Drain about the case. So I don't know if you want to adjourn this a week for me to be able to speak to her about it.
Even more importantly, you may want to speak to the defendant to assess whether or not you deem the competency evaluation appropriate.
Correct, Judge. The only reason why I state that is because if there's another file in this courthouse that he was scheduled for a competency hearing, my only concern is it makes sense to have both.
Well, that's if you find that, well, let's put it this way. Both of these cases are ultimately going to come together in the same court. So
Yes, Judge.
I'm thinking that I'm going to get that other case as well. But even aside from that, that was another attorney who said that they requested a competency hearing. Not so sure if that's going to be the case here. If you're able to communicate with your client and you're satisfied that he's able to assist you, it may not be necessary for us to do that.
Yes,
I'm
Judge.
gonna leave that up to you.
Yes, Judge.
So it sounds like we're going to adjourn the probable cause conference, so you could at least make that assessment. The bare minimum. We'll adjourn the probable cause conference to How was February 21st at 8:30?
February 21st at 8:30 works for me, Judge. That's Zoom, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. And Shelley, I'll be in touch.
Yes, absolutely. And I will send you the discovery. I'll send you everything that I have today and we'll talk.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. Bob, we continue. Ms. Quick, good morning. How can I help you?
Good morning, Judge. I'm here for the bond hearing on Reginald Webb. Mr. Webb should be in the waiting room.
Who?
Reginald Webb. We filed the motion on Monday and I spoke with Ms. Reynolds yesterday.
Calling case number 2305-533101, people of the state of Michigan versus Reginald Webb. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P 83973 on behalf of Reginald Webb. Mr. Webb should be in the waiting room.
Hey, Vera Pendleton, because that's the only person I have in the waiting.
I know you should be under his correct name.
There's no, oh.
He may be in the wrong room. Let me verify.
The
only one I know of is Walk. Or Evans.
The Zoom number that's showing is 360-234-0000, correct? I think that he's in the wrong. I think he's in the old courtroom. I just sent him the correct link, so.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
So they moved you to a different courtroom? This is where you are now, 234?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. We were in 538. We were in the landlord-tenant docket, but we're ready to go whenever you are.
And Judge, I will be standing in on the Vera Long Pendleton matter.
Do we have to wait on him this quick?
No, I'm happy to waive his presence. I just didn't know if the court was going to have any questions for Mr. Webb. But he should be joining us. Your Honor, we filed a motion to amend his tether conditions. We were here for his probable cause conference last Friday, and the court declined to amend the house arrest provision because the court was unable to confirm his employment, Mr. Webb's employment. We've reached out to his employer and we were able to provide written proof of that employment with the motion that I submitted on Monday. And so we're bringing the matter back before the court.
Give me a second.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Ms. Quick, the so-called proof that you've attached as attachment A. This, I guess, you meant to provide information there. This is supposed to be some kind of letterhead. It's not signed by anyone, quite frankly. It has no name on it. This has city property management. I could have typed this up on the computer.
It came by email to me from a Kathleen. I can even forward the court the email. It was the same name that Mr. Webb provided to the court previously. And Ms. Lori was also copied, and I believe she is the administrative assistant for city property management. Mr. Webb also provided me with a copy of his bank statement, which I did not attach because it had other personal identifying information.
I'll take that as an officer of the court. Your representation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I called the number and it just went to voicemail. It doesn't say city property management group or anything like that.
I understand, Your Honor. It's two women that are working out of their homes and their cell phone numbers. So there was no when I called, there was no voicemail that identified as a corporate number.
So refresh my memory. What is he asking for?
We're asking for the hours that were listed in the in his employment verification are the numbers that he is on, or the hours that he is on call. And he takes his children to school every morning. And so we're asking for essentially 7:30 a.m. until 6 p.m. That would cover both his drop off and pickup from school and daycare, as well as his on-work hours.
Who's taking the children to school now?
He's living with his daughter currently, and his daughter is the one that is doing all of the driving around, but she really cannot long-term. She also has her own employment and her own children.
Where's the mother of the children?
She's the complaining witness, and she has not been involved with the children for much of their lives. He is the full-time caretaker. He has full custody, physical custody.
Mr. Drain, do you have any objection?
I do not, Judge.
I have the motion here. Oh, here's the, I got it. You're talking about the adjustment of his tethering hours. This order here talks about moving the tethering address.
That order was submitted last Friday to Your Honor, to the court, because we, at the probable cause conference, we asked the court at that time to allow him to return to his home. And the court did grant that motion. It was an oral motion that was made at the probable cause conference, and the court resubmitted that order.
That was pending verification that the complaining witness doesn't reside there. Ms. Drain is supposed to be checking into that.
I don't recall that, Your Honor.
I don't.
I would just say he could go back there based on what he's saying, that she doesn't stay there anymore.
She has never lived there, Your Honor. That is not her address. Even the incident report indicates that she went to that location to work on a furnace with him.
So how is it that he's not able to be in his own home?
Because that's the location of where the altercation took place, and I think that often the assumption is that both parties were living there, but there was no. There was.
Ms. Drain, did you verify that the complaining witness doesn't live at that location?
Your Honor, I did not. I didn't think that there was an issue with that in this case here. I know that there were several other cases that I did have to call on, but I can certainly make that call.
If I may, also the body worn camera and I believe the incident report also list her address as an Old Town Road or Old Road address. She gives a completely different address to police when she makes the report.
Okay, so that order is signed. I don't have the order about the felony conditions.
I'll submit an order on the matter from this morning.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you, Ms. Quick.
I can submit an order for the matter from this morning.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Webb, you can sign off.
Okay.
Mr. Riggins, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on Brandon Miller.
That's a major problem. I think that's Mr. Webb. Bye, Mr. Webb. Yes.
Calling case number 2305-54250, People of the State of Michigan versus Brandon Miller. Defendant is charged in count one, larceny, 1,000 more but less than 20,000. Count two, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender offense notice. Defendant also has case number 2305-542401. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count two, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender offense notice. Defendant also has case number 2305-542601. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count two, weapon, stolen firearm. Count three, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249 on all three cases.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125 on behalf of Mr. Brandon Miller. I don't know if Mr. Miller is here. Mr. Miller is in Wayne County Jail.
He's here.
Okay.
Unmute yourself. Tell us your name, Mr. Miller. Unmute yourself, sir.
This message is for. Yes, sir, Your Honor. Brandon Thomas Miller, sir.
All right. What's your pleasure, Mr. Riggins?
Your Honor, I am in receipt of the discovery. I just received the digital apparently yesterday evening. We're ready to set these matters for preliminary exam. And at the appropriate time, I'd like to make a motion for bond.
If you must waste my time, the court will continue to plead not guilty. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination, House, February 24th at 1:30.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor. That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, February 24th at 1:30. You still want to waste
Yes.
my time?
I'm sorry.
You still want to waste my time?
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, obviously my client is charged in three matters in here. First, obviously, I want to point out these are just merely allegations. It seems like there's a bit of a history between the mother of his child and he. First, I'd like to point out my client has not had any interaction with the criminal system since 2006, over 15 years ago.
What happened in 2006?
My client had a drug case, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is no failure to appear history. My client has appeared. I'd also like to point out that although there are three cases, all three cases are low-level felonies. Conceivably, with the exception of a felony firearm charge, there's a chance he could, if even upon conviction, he could be looking at straight probation. So I don't think he has any incentive not to show up for court. Your Honor, my client does have stable residency. It's my understanding that the complaining witness in this case resides in Georgia. She doesn't even reside in Michigan. So he can go back to his home and not have any contact with the complaining witness. My client does, if that does not suffice, he can stay with his mother, Your Honor. My client has drug treatment that he's anxious to participate in, that he can't participate in the jail. Further, it's my understanding that he has an injury that's being unattended to in the Wayne County Jail that he likes to get checked out. Your Honor, I respectfully ask for a personal bond in this matter with no tether.
So let me get this straight. You want me to give this defendant who has 3 pending cases before this court, all assaults of the nature, a personal bond? He has a prior criminal record as well.
20
And
years ago, Your Honor.
wasn't talking to you, sir.
Yes, sir.
And how many of these cases were pending before he picked up the last case? Okay, 2 cases pending, or how did that go?
You know what, honestly, I don't know. It looked like, I can't tell you what happened. It looked like the interaction in the first case was alleged to happen in July of last year. So we went from a 5-month period where allegations were made and he wasn't picked up on anything.
He's about half my docket today.
I understand that.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm asking for no reduction in bond at this time.
Ritual 4 as well.
Yeah, and it's my understanding there's some kind of non-criminal charge, a destruction charge. Your Honor, again, these are merely allegations at this point.
But they're all drug charges. He has a listed destruction of property charge too that I don't know about. Because I'm looking at drug charges from 2006.
Right, that was his only conviction, prior conviction, my understanding.
Also, the prosecutor contacted the plaintiff in this matter.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
And he lacks self-control.
And I just state to the court, these bonds for the low level severity that he's on, he said he had $20,000 bond per case. I think that is a bit excessive, Your Honor.
Matter of perspective, I think if I was setting the bond, it would probably be higher.
And again, there is the fact that the complaining witness does not live and reside in the state of Michigan. So I think the danger of him being in physical contact with her is minimal, if at all.
Hello?
So he has one incident date of July 4th, 2022, one
Right.
November 10th, 2022, and one December 26th, 2022.
Right.
So it appears he likes to go to jail around the holidays. I think this defendant poses a threat to the community, particularly the complaining witness, Shamara Jewel Renee Garden. The court is not inclined to reduce the bond at this time. I will have the files marked medical to address whatever medical needs he has. The bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
That my kid's mom told the prosecutor that she want me out to take it. And I haven't been in trouble with the law in 20 years. And these is all lies. I'm sitting in jail. So I go back to my city.
Mr. Johnson, good morning. Mr. Johnson? You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Brandon Miller done with you, sir?
Yes, I'm done with Mr. Miller.
All right. Well, you have a good weekend, Judge.
Thank you, you as well.
All right. I won't see you none next week either, sir.
You
Just
won't?
got the wrong guy.
We get along so well.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I'm here on Miss Vera Long Pendleton, Your Honor.
Okay.
Case number 0906-088101. People of the state of Michigan versus Vera Long Pendleton. Defendant is charged in count 1, child abuse, 3rd degree.
Parents for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249. I'm standing in for Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Matthew Makepeace.
Good morning, Your Honor. Again, may it please the court, Dwayne Johnson, P 41842, on behalf of Miss Vera Long Pendleton, who is present. Can you please state your name, Miss Pendleton?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. I am Vera Long Pendleton.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Johnson?
Well, Your Honor, I think Ms. Drain is going to move to dismiss this case. I guess it's without prejudice. Can it be with prejudice since it's so old?
There's no adjudication of any facts, so that wouldn't be possible, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, all right.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. And that is true. This is a 14-year-old case, and the complainant does not wish to go forward anymore at this time. So I would be moving for a dismissal.
So, or the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Your Honor, can I get a copy of that email to me by Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. All right, everybody have a great weekend.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
I'll be in contact with you, Ms. Pendleton.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Fabrice Brown. Fabrice Brown, start your video. And connect your audio. Connect your audio, sir. Yes, sir. Can I help you? Can I help you, sir?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Oh, yes. I was trying to, I don't know how to use this app and get into, I was trying to call Judge Cobb, but I don't know how to get there to the meeting. I have a court session this morning.
You're in the wrong courthouse, sir. Judge Cobb is in circuit court. This is
Okay,
36.
he's in circuit court.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you know how I can get there?
I don't know Judge Cobb's number.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right.
How you doing, Judge?
How you doing?
I was going to go upstairs. So
Oh.
I ran into David here. Okay.
You ran today?
Yes. I saw him with the eye doctor, and I looked. I said, "You look familiar." He said, he saw I had I still have a uniform at the time. They said, you know, I said, that's one. Oh my God. And he said, yeah, that's one. I said, oh man, y'all even look, you know, you tell family.
People say that.
Yeah, he's a good guy, man. We just had a good conversation. It was nice, a good conversation. I said, I'll let him go there. Let's see. So yeah, he's a good guy. He was talking about Southwest, he was talking some of the old days. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, right. He said, man, he's a good guy, man. If you see him again, I mean, you see him, tell him Officer Jerry said hi.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll know who I'm talking. So how you feeling down here? Yeah, I bet. Just like this, y'all says, and then y'all, you're down low, like, you know, up there, your benches was high up for, man, you need to, they can see you. I had to go like this. I said, Judge back there, you couldn't see him, you know. But yeah, it gets, and then you had a bigger, it was longer. Remember you had, it's like, yeah. And like, I mean, we can't tell if it's not long, but it's spread out. Wider, yes, it's wider. So how you been? I'm great. You know, over here, it's a beautiful thing. A friend or another, a buddy of ours who worked with the sheriff's department, he passed recently, and he's young, he's hot, he was just, and there were so many people there. I saw Judge Strong. Judge Strong come out. Came out with sometime. You know Judge Strong? Yeah. He came out, we saw him at Harris, you know, Harris, a bunch of us there. And he used to come to my birthday party too. Every time I see him, he had a fur that matches one of his suits. Did you ever know? He had a fur that matches his suit.
Oh.
Yeah,
Seen the bird.
yeah, that's the one. Mr. G. Your birthday's coming up, right, sir? This year, your birthday's coming up, sir.
Yeah, the 28th.
That's what I thought. This is one of the spices, yeah. Okay.
We'll do something.
Yeah.
Make sure you-
Yeah, March the 3rd, yeah.
That's what it's up.
Oh, really? March the 8th. Hey, I was like, you don't like what you there? Oh. Yes, some of it is. Yeah, they do. I'm sorry.
Still.
I see Mr. Shedler.
Your Honor, just as defendants, just the defendants.
So that's why I didn't say.
This is not one of those.
No. Oh, I gotta go to Capri. I go to Capri and contact them.
I'm going with her.
See how far this people
Strange. Little birdie was telling me something about Florida.
Yes.
So I actually had called and said I would be requesting adjournment today because one of the officers called me yesterday and saying he had a subpoena, but he was in a homicide that was going to go through today. But then he called me like an hour later and said the homicide was over. I will be here today.
Oh, okay, so you're ready to go on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Mr. Shedrow here yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Can I help you, Ms. Hudson?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm Corianne Hudson, mother. I haven't talked to anyone since his court or since he did this crime. And I just wanted to let you know that. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, can you? Yes, I was saying that. Yes, I'm Corianne Hudson, mother. I was just wanted to let you know that he's not a menace out here. Crime.
Yes, ma'am.
You know that. Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes. Why are you telling me this?
That. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I was saying that I am Torian Hudson, mother, and I was told that you is his judge. And I just wanted to tell you a little bit about my son, because I haven't. Excuse me?
It's not appropriate for you to talk to me about him.
Okay, that's understandable. Okay. Thank you.
Shedrow, are you ready?
1 minute, Your Honor. We're ready to wait.
Wait, okay.
It's not the legal process.
Yeah.
That's because I don't believe the prosecution objects. She has an initial.
Marco Antonio Carrasco. Calling case 2155297, people of the state of Michigan versus Marco Antonio Carrasco. Defendant is charged in count 1, arson, preparation to burn dwelling. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, felony firearm. Count 4, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 5, felony firearm. Count 6, malicious destruction of personal property less than $200. Count 7, malicious destruction of building less than $200. Count 8, domestic violence. Count 9, domestic violence. Defendant has an official offense. Third offense numbers. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Reed, booking number 60249.
Please, this honorable court, George Shedrow, P 41732. And we have Mr. Carrasco. Please state your name, sir.
And to the date, time, set for preliminary examination, are we ready to proceed?
I believe the prosecution is, and my client is ready to waive the preliminary examination, Your Honor.
Mr. Carrasco, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Because, sir, I can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination about waiving the same. That means you won't have one. And you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with complaint form. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
You understand if we were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, that there's probable cause to believe you committed.
Yes, sir.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? Has anyone promised you anything?
No, sir.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Any objection from the people?
Objection, Your Honor.
The court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily and freely given. The court finds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information, date, and time will be February 24th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Are there any objections as to bond?
No, sir.
Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Everybody have a good weekend.
Have a blessed day, Your Honor.
Thank you. You too. Stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
Ms. Watt, you are here early. I'm impressed.
I was able to escape from Frankfurt, so I can get over here on time.
You tell
Everybody
Frank
was-
Murphy to let my people go.
Yeah, and then all the judges were there early this morning, so good morning. I think they want to get
Okay,
out.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
I had to look up to see that those were really your words. Must be a full moon.
Clients in the lobby, so we're
Okay,
gonna be right on time.
excellent.
Yeah. Downstairs. I heard talking.
You ready on the door?
He was in the lobby. Yeah, I can hear the guard in the background, so I believe. Let me make sure he's not sitting out at home.
This is
This is actually, he is a stop. So the air conditioner is going to be able to get that quiet.
I see. Okay. So I wait on him. Ready for the call?
You could wait.
So, I never took a change. What they out there doing?
Yeah, because the complaint isn't showing up. So
switch. I don't know. Ready? As soon as Ms. Drain gets in, she wants to be here for this, but I'm gonna run the exams. Okay. I got 2 things I need to mark, if I could. I'm the reporter. Yeah, right. I was looking for you over there. That's one. And 2 is. We get started. Calling case 22-61117, people of the state of Michigan versus Ryan Ward. Defendant is charged with count 1, unlawful imprisonment, count 2, domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please. For the prosecutor, people P78774.
And good morning, Your Honor. For a water hearing on behalf of Mr. Doro, P4150.
There's a time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed? People are prepared to proceed, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses for the people? 2, potentially 3. Do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin? Nothing for the people, Your Honor. I guess I will say this. The living witness is not present. I expect we will be able to proceed pursuant to MCL 76837C. I will be offering statements to the officers pursuant to that statute. So I want to put everybody on. Okay. All right, call your first witness. Yes, Your Honor. People will call Officer Chase. What's the name? Chase what? Malloy, Malloy. Malloy. Sir, please give your name and spelling to the court reporter. Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box right up here. Place up and speak right into that microphone for us. You may begin when you're ready. Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name clearly one more time for the record of the court?
Officer Chase Malloy.
And sir, how are you employed?
With Detroit Police Department Missing Persons Unit.
And how long have you been with Detroit Police?
4 years.
In addition to missing persons, do you ever work on any other types of cases?
I used to work in the precinct detective unit where we investigate general crimes. We also investigate homicides and kidnappings.
So were you working as a police officer in Detroit on December 27th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And were you also working the following day, December 28th?
Yes.
And on December the 28th, did you have occasion to interview a Mr. Quentin Durrell?
Yes.
And why were you interviewing Mr. Durrell?
he was. When we received the report of the kidnapping, we were really able to identify the female who rented that van for the individual, for the female, the other female that was in the video. And he was identified as her significant other.
Was he in fact a suspect at the time, sir?
Yes.
And the person that you interviewed on December 28th by the name of Quentin Giroux, do you see him present in court today?
Yes.
Okay, can you please tell us where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He's seated over there wearing a blue mask and a white shirt.
For the record, reflect identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
Similar.
Where did this interview take place?
At the Detroit Public Safety Headquarters.
Did you identify yourself to him as law enforcement?
Yes.
Was he handcuffed at the time of the interview?
Don't believe so, but I don't think so.
Was there a specific room that this took place in?
Yes.
What room was that? You don't have to give me the room number, but generally speaking, what is it?
Interview room.
Was anybody else present for this?
Yes.
Who else was present?
Detective Jelani Dew.
And was this interview recorded?
Yes.
And did you inform him prior to this interview that he was the subject of the criminal investigation?
I believe so.
So did you, sir, inform him of his constitutional rights under the Miranda case?
Yes.
Do you have a standard form that you use for that?
Yes.
Would you recognize that if you saw it?
Yes.
So I've already shown this to the defense, and I will present this to the witness. Sorry for the marks proposed exhibit. Sir, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
And what have I just handed you?
The constitutional rights certification of notice form.
Is this the form that you went over with Mr. Giroux in that interview room at DPD headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. Does it bear your signature?
It does.
Does it bear Mr. Giroux's signature?
Yes.
There are a number of rights enumerated on that form, listed out on that form. Did you go over each and every one of those rights with Mr. Giroux?
Yes.
Did he indicate to you that he understood those rights?
Yes.
Did he make a mark next to each one of those enumerated items?
Yes, his initials.
And did he initial each of those enumerated items in your presence?
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about his behavior that would cause you to believe he might not have known what he was doing?
No.
Did you notice any signs of intoxication?
No.
Did you ask him if he was under the influence of it?
Yes.
What was his response?
No.
And sir, do you believe that he fully understood what he was doing when he was given this advice?
I do.
Move for, is this a fair and accurate copy of that document?
Yes.
Move for the admission of people's proposal.
Any objection? Oh, before you do that,
Yes. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Malloy.
Good morning.
You've indicated that you were the interviewing officer that took the statement.
I was one of them, yes.
You were one of them, and did you have any participation in the arrest of Mr. Moore?
Like when he was actually placed in custody?
Yes.
No, I was not there.
And do you know where Mr. Giroux was prior to this interview? Did you go and pick him up for someplace, or was he already in the room?
He was brought down by officers.
Okay, so the first contact that you had with Mr. Giroux was in the interrogation room. Is that fair to say?
I believe so.
Okay, and so you indicated that you had Mr. Giroux execute an advice of rights, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did he read it or did you read it?
Not 100% sure. If I read it out loud with him or just read the first one and had him read the others out loud.
Okay, well, then maybe I should rephrase that. Were you able to ascertain whether he could read it right?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Giroux at any time ask to stop the interrogation?
No.
Did Mr. Giroux at any time ask to have a lawyer?
No.
Okay, and did Mr. Giroux, how long was the interview?
I can't say exactly for sure. I want to say under 30 minutes.
Okay. And is this written document you have, is that like a synopsis of the interview or is that the interview in its entirety?
It's more of a synopsis of the interview.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor. So I have no objection for exam purposes only of the.
Voluntary statement.
Yes.
All right, court is finding for preliminary examination purposes only that the statement was knowingly and voluntarily given. You may proceed.
Sir, did you recall what the date of the incident that you were investigating was?
I don't. I don't report it.
Do you have your report with you, or do you need me to provide it?
I do.
Would it be an objection to him refreshing his memory from the report?
No objection.
So if you could look at your report and just refresh your memory as to the date of the incident that you were investigating. When you're done refreshing your memory, place the report down.
So on the 27th, I was notified of the video, and I believe the video was from the previous day, which was the 26th.
Sir, did you document this interview in the form of a written statement?
I did.
Okay. And did you write the statement, or did Mr. Giroux write the statement?
I believe I wrote it out.
And did you review that written statement with Mr. Giroux?
Yes.
And did you review it to ensure did you ask him if it was accurate?
Yes.
And did you request that he sign the written statement?
I did.
Okay. Would you recognize that written statement again if you saw it?
Yes.
Okay, so this is People's 2.
Yeah.
And I've shown it to defense, and I'd like to approach the witness judge. Okay. So I'm approaching you with what I've marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what I've handed you, sir?
Yes.
What have I handed you?
A statement form.
And is this the statement form that you completed based on the interview conducted with Mr. Giroux?
Yes.
Okay, and does it bear a signature at the bottom?
It does.
And whose signature is it?
Mr. Giroux.
And did Mr. Giroux affix his signature to the document in your presence?
Yes.
And does this document summarize the statement that he gave in the interview room with you after being advised of his rights?
It does.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of that statement, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point in time, I will move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 2.
No objection for exam purposes.
It will be established through another witness judge.
I'll take the admission of this exhibit.
Okay, thank you, Judge. So, sir, it indicates on that form that you inquired of him regarding an incident on the 25th of December, is that correct?
That is correct.
And did he provide you his version of events as it pertains to that date?
He did.
And is that summarized in the report?
It is.
Okay. Sir, could you please tell us what he told you regarding the event?
He stated we were at a Christmas party at his aunt's house when he, I'm going to read it word for word for what he said. We were at a Christmas party at my aunt's house. When we left, we were driving home in the U-Haul van. When she seen the rental agreement was in another female's name, she got mad and tried getting out of the car at 7 Mile. She got back in and we started driving again. She then jumped out at 8 Mile and started walking behind the store in the alley. I got out, I got upset because she wasn't being safe. I overreacted and followed her into the alley and pushed her against the van and put her in the van.
Does this document go on to describe the relationship between the parties?
It does.
Okay. Did you ask him if he was in fact in a dating relationship with this woman?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you asked him how long it was, correct?
That's correct.
And what was the answer to that question, sir?
4 years.
Sir, were you advised of, or did you ever come to know the identity of the woman in question?
Yes.
And what is the identity of the woman in question, sir?
The report I gave to Ms. Mosley.
Would it refresh your recollection as to the identity of the person, the other person that he's referencing who were reviewed your report?
Are you talking about the person who rented the van or the victim?
The female who he was talking about shoving in.
Yeah, if I look at my report, I can tell you.
So, Your Honor, this time I asked the officer to refresh his memory as to the name of the victim used in this report.
Next.
When your memory is refreshed, look up at me, sir.
Vera Mosley.
Sir, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Suzanne?
I have no, I'm sorry. I have no questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
So our next witness, sir, will be Officer Seaway.
Sir, please step forward and tell the court reporter your name and spelling. So, over here. Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box right there. Keep your voice up nice and loud, speaking to the microphone. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, sir. One more time for the record of court, just your name, please.
Corey Seward,
Mr. Seward, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer,
With what agency or department?
City of Detroit.
And how long have you been employed by the city of Detroit?
I'll have 9 years in April.
Are you employed in any special unit or specific capacity?
Yes,
What is that?
it's the AVER unit, the audio video evidence response team.
Okay, so you work, what specifically does that unit do?
We extract video.
Are you familiar with the case that brings us to court today?
Yes,
And, sir, did there come a time when you were requested to retrieve video related to the pacification?
yes.
How were you, can you tell us about how you were alerted to this thing?
We have a smart sheet form and the officer in charge submits a request for video extraction.
Okay, and who's the officer in charge, do you know?
I don't recall.
Were you asked to extract some video?
Yes.
And from where were you asked to extract it?
I didn't get a copy of my report. I can't recall the location, but I recall it being a hookah lounge.
Just 1 second, all right, sir, I'm gonna get you. When reviewing your report, refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Did you write an independent report or was this jointly with another office?
No, it was a supplement.
You wrote a supplemental report?
Yes.
Okay. This Google Lounge, do you recall about where it was? Do you recall if it was within the city limits of the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall on what occasion you went to this hookah lounge to extract any video?
I didn't make the location.
Okay, how did you come to be in possession of the video?
The contact person emailed it because he was out of town at a water park with his family. And I didn't want the video to fall off, so he emailed me the video.
So you received a video?
Correct.
From a witness, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you do with that video?
I placed it on evidence as well as a still shot of the email showing the chain of custody video.
And would you recognize that video clip that you retrieved again if you saw it?
Yes.
So I'm asking the EPA drain to pull this video up if you could. So APA drains down in this video to pull it up for the court to show this witness.
I do have a copy of it on me.
You have a copy of it on you?
Yes.
In what format, sir?
It's on a thumb drive.
It's on a thumb drive. Can we retrieve that from you?
Yes.
So does this thumb drive you're about to hand me contain only the video associated with the case that brings us?
Yes. It's on one of them's the location on it too, and one's.
So you don't know which one has it? Correct. Just a second. Let's see if we can get it.
Okay.
Apologies for the technological issues. Your Honor, with the court's permission and the way to pick the questions, we pause the testimony of this witness, we call him to authenticate the video after another witness. Is there a effective defense on that? Sure, we're gonna recall you when we have the video queued up. You step in the hallway, you will remain for those who have to discuss your testimony or the case with anybody.
Okay.
And so as we pause this officer's testimony, I would ask to call investigator Michael Jameson.
Michael Jameson?
Jameson, yeah. In the restroom, sorry, the big deal I see in the restroom. They're back. Sorry about the logistical issues. So calling investigator Michael Jameson.
Did you get your name? Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in this box.
Sir, please state your full name for the record of the court.
Investigator Michael Jameson.
And sir, what do you do for him?
I'm an investigator with the Detroit Police Department.
In what capacity? What, any specific agency or unit?
The domestic violence unit.
Are you familiar with the case that brings us to court today?
Yes, I am.
And what was your role in this?
I was the officer in charge of that case.
And did you have occasion to conduct any interviews of any witnesses associated with this case?
Yes.
Did you in fact conduct an interview with Miss Erica Mose?
Yes, I did.
And where was that interview conducted?
At headquarters.
Do you recall about when that interview was conducted?
I referred to my.
Could you, would it be okay if the officer referred to his report to refresh his recollection as to the date of his interview?
No.
So once you've refreshed your recollection, look up at me. Would you like me to present you a copy of the, you got it?
Okay.
He's just referring to, I'm gonna show it, it's just this, his. This case. There it is. Yeah. Have you refreshed your memory as to when the interview was conducted? When was the interview?
The 28th of December.
And where was that?
At the fifth floor of Detroit Public Safety Airport.
And why were you interviewed so much?
I was put in charge of the case. There was a video that was surfaced where Ms. Mosley was assaulted and forced into a white van. Our homicide section started it, and when they found out later on, discovered that it was domestic violence, it was then turned over to me. I spoke to Ms. Mosley on the phone and made arrangements for her to come down to show up for the interview.
So she came willingly for the interview?
Yes.
And was she under any criminal investigation?
No.
Was she detained?
No.
Was she free to leave the room?
Yes.
And sir, during this interview, did she describe to you certain events related to this video that surfaced?
Yes.
And what specifically did she tell you, sir?
And Your Honor, I'm just gonna place this on the record. I'm objecting.
And Your Honor, I would state pursuant to MCL 76627C, statements of domestic violence victim to a law enforcement officer relating to an act of domestic violence are admissible. The status of the relationship between the parties was proven by the last officer and the statement of the defendant, which I understand the court only took under advisement that the relationship portion was contained therein. And I do believe that this relationship will be expounded upon by this witness as with facts.
Pursuant to court rule, that objection will be overruled.
So, sir, what did she describe to you regarding this video?
we first started talking about her relationship with Kenneth Garros.
Okay.
She said she had been in a 4-year relationship with him. And they had just recently broke up.
Okay. Now, did she identify him by name?
Yes,
Did she identify him in any other way?
she talked about the video.
And did you show her the video?
Yes,
Did she identify him on?
yes.
Have you had interaction with him?
Mr. Darrow?
Yes.
Yes,
And the person that you know is Mr. Darrow, the person who about whom Ms. Mosley was talking, you see him presently. I can't tell you. You see him present here tonight?
he would take his mask down.
Have everyone in the courtroom take.
Yes, that's Mr. Darrow.
So you tell us where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He's probably has a white polo shirt.
Reflect identification, Judge.
So no,
So, did she describe the recent breakup, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. Did she speak to you at all about the events that occurred on Christmas, December 20th?
yes.
What did she tell you, sir?
She said that she had been speaking and texting with Mr. Darrow back and forth, and he invited her to a family get together that his family was giving. She told me that she didn't want to ride with him, so she got a ride there.
She described to you where this get together was,
So the east side of Detroit. She didn't know exactly what street it was.
and she described to you anything that happened at this get.
Said after being there for a little bit, that her and Mr. Darrow had a slight falling out, and she decided to leave.
Did she tell you what happened at anything after?
She said she left the location and she was standing outside waiting for a ride. When Mr. Darrow came out, wanted to take her home. And
What did she say happened next?
she told Mr. Darrow she didn't want him to take her home, and they argued about that. And then Mr. Darrow forced her into the van.
Okay. Did she describe to you anything that occurred after that?
They were driving along and he said he wanted to take her home, but she gave me the impression that she didn't want Mr. Darrow to know where she lived. So she told Mr. Darrow to take her to a friend's house.
Okay.
Mr. Darrow was insisting on taking her home.
And what did she describe happened after that?
So at some point, she said Mr. Darrow's mood became, she talked about from past incidents with him, he became violent.
Did she describe to you any further arguments that occurred between the two?
During, at that moment?
Well,
at
in
that
the
moment?
van. Well, in the van.
By the van. Yes.
Okay, what did she say to you?
You want exact words?
No, not just generally, what was the nature of her statements? They were in the van, they were arguing, what did she say happened?
She said she was struck.
Okay. And what did she say happened after that?
She was struck. She told him just to let her out of the van. He refused to. He wanted to know where he wanted to take her. He assaulted her some more, trying to force her to tell him where it was. And at some point, she jumped out of the van.
Do you recall if she described to you the location at which she jumped out of the van?
The first time she jumped out of the van was near Grafton and 7 Mile. She said, I checked that area, and I don't see Miss Mosley, but I see Mr. Darrow in the van from the video at that McDonald's at 7 Mile and Grafton.
Okay, so at 7 Mile and Grafton, did she describe to you what happens after she jumps out near 7 Mile and Grafton?
She said she tried to hide from him, but he ended up finding her.
Okay, and did she describe to you what happens after he found her?
He forces her back into the van.
Okay, and did she describe to you then anything that happens after?
They drive some more. She's assaulted again in the van. They're near 8 Mile, and she thinks Shaner at that point.
Okay, and did she describe to you anything specific that occurs at 8 Mile near Shaner?
She jumps out of the van again.
And does she describe to you what, if anything, the defendant does at that?
She says she hides from him. He's driving around looking for her. And she says she's walking down the alley when he pulls up on her again.
And does she describe to you what occurred in that alley?
He said he grabs her, tries to force her in the van, and that's when he slams her head against the side of the van.
Okay, and what happens after that, does she say?
He forces her in the van. They drive some more. He assaulted her one more time inside of the van. She begs for him to take her to her friend's house. And he finally takes her to a friend's house.
Did she describe to you about how long this incident took, or over what period of time this occurred?
She said it was at least an hour, maybe two.
How was she acting?
She was afraid.
When you say she was afraid, what if anything was she doing that led you to believe she was afraid?
She teared up when she talked about it. She talked about the fact that her teenage daughter had saw the video and her niece, she was embarrassed about it.
So there was a video that you referenced earlier. How did that video come to your attention?
It was brought to my attention, well, it was discovered by an officer at the 9th precinct.
Discovered, how was it discovered?
And I'm not sure the website.
It was on a website? It was just on a website?
On the website, News in the D or?
A Crime in the D?
Crime in the D.
Did you view this video on that website?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to ascertain from where this video came?
I couldn't tell at the point, but after I got information from the officer at 9, it happened at 8 Mile and Shanghai. There's a book out there.
And did you assign anyone to retrieve original copies of this video?
Yes.
Who did you assign to retrieve an original copy of this video?
If I'm mistaken, Officer Stewart, the paper.
Was he able to do that?
Yes.
And sir, did you observe any injuries on Miss Mosley?
Yes.
What specifically did you note on Miss Mosley?
Her left side of her face was coming down. Her eye was still black and bloodshot.
Any other injuries?
That's what I recall.
Were you able to locate the van that was used in this incident?
Yes.
How were you able to do that, sir?
It wasn't me who did it. One of the officers at homicide, they got the plate from the van. They ended up talking to the rental company. The rental company gave us the renter of the van. Went to that address. The person who rented the van, and the van was at that location.
Did you observe any damage to the van?
Yes.
What specifically did you observe?
There is a large dent in the front driver's side fender.
Now you
You
reviewed this video, correct?
Yes.
And you saw Miss Mosley make contact with somebody with the van, correct?
Yes.
Was the damage that you observed in the van at about the location that you saw Miss Mosley make contact?
Yes.
And did you show this video to Miss Mosley, correct?
Yes.
Was she able to identify herself in this video?
She said that was yes.
Yeah, she said that was her?
Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Suzanne?
Thank you. Good morning, officers. How are you? Or I should say, officer in charge.
Yes.
You've indicated that you had, the complainant, did she come into the police station?
Yes.
And so you had her come to the police station and you interviewed her, correct?
Yes.
And when you interviewed her, did you deduce this to writing in your police report?
No.
How did you complete the information that you just put on the record?
I made a supplement to the original police report. Ms. Mosley didn't want to give a statement.
Okay, so she didn't want to give a statement, but you had her in the police station. And is it your testimony that what you just put on the record is statements that she made to you while she was at the police station?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had her at the police station interviewing her because you wanted to find out what happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you wanted to determine like what charges to file and how to proceed in the case, basically. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so after you had her after you spoke to her and she made these statements, you said you wrote them in a supplemental document. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at the time, do you know if Mr. Durrell arrested at the time that she made her statements or not?
Yes, ma'am.
He was under arrest. He had already been arrested, correct? Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor, and I do need to place something on the record based on this testimony. And that's that this does not apply, this type of testimony doesn't apply to the Michigan statute because in David versus Washington, which is the U.S. Supreme Court case 547 U.S. 813, 126, Supreme Court 2266, you have to determine first whether the testimony is testimonial or non-testimonial. So in a domestic violence case, non-testimonial statements would be like if there's an emergency, and specifically what the Supreme Court said was, statements are non-testimonial when made in the course of a police interrogation under circumstances objectively indicating the primary purpose of the interrogation is to enable police to assist or to meet an ongoing emergency. The Supreme Court said non-testimonial statements in a domestic violence case is testimony when the circumstances objectively indicate that there is no emergency, and there was no emergency in this case because Mr. Giroux was under arrest and he was in custody. And the primary purpose of the interrogation is to establish or prove past events potentially relevant to later criminal prosecution. And the officer has indicated that that's exactly what his testimony was. So the Supreme Court has held that this type of testimony is not allowed under the statute because it is testimonial in nature. David v. Washington is a controlling case. That's a 2006 case. And prior to that, the Supreme Court in Crawford had established, even before you get to this, you first have to determine that the person is unavailable to testify. We don't know that because, you know, I don't know whether she's unavailable or not. And second, that the defendant had a prior opportunity to cross-examine the declarant. Well, we know that didn't happen because this is not testimony from a preliminary exam, a court hearing, or anything of that nature.
This statute that we're referring to here, though, is separate aside from that.
But this case law is talking about using this type
I'm
of.
not arguing about your Supreme Court case
Okay.
law. I'm talking about the one you just cited, Crawford.
Right.
That Crawford, I don't believe applies here. This statute was adopted after Crawford.
I understand that, Your Honor, but I'm just saying that this case would apply to the situation because it is testimonial in nature. It's exactly what they
Let's hear
said.
from Mr. King.
So, Your Honor, I do agree that were this to be a trial, we may have a Crawford issue here. However, as Michigan.
I think we're in agreement that Crawford doesn't
Right.
apply.
As the Michigan Court of Appeals has clearly stated in People versus Only, OLNEY, 333 Mich. Act 575, there is no unavailability requirement of the statute and the confrontation
Are
clause
you still
rights.
talking about Crawford? Because I'm not dealing with Crawford. I'm dealing with the Supreme Court case she just talked about.
And Davis is an expansion of Crawford, which is the expansion of the trial right of confrontation. There is no trial right of confrontation. People v. Davis is a specific expansion.
Specifically speaking, Mr. King, she's talking about whether this testimony is being proffered as testimonial in nature.
Right, and the testimony, whether it's testimonial in nature is only an inquiry the court gets to if the court has to decide if it is a confrontation clause violation. We don't have to make a decision as to whether or not it's a confrontation clause violation, as there is no right to confrontation at the preliminary exam stage, as the Michigan Court of Appeals has stated in the only case.
Ms. Watt, give me that site again.
It is David versus Washington, 2006 case. The site is 547 US 813.
547 US
813. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, give me a second.
May I ask you to look at the only case?
Okay, Mr. King, what's your site again?
Was, people versus Holden, 237, Mishap, 319.
When was that decided?
This was decided in 2018.
2018?
You said 237 inch at
219.
319.
237, Mishap, 319. 2019. Thanks.
What's the name of the case again?
People versus OLNEY, only. Just a second, let me get back to it on this one. Two only cases, 327, Mishap, 319.
327?
327. It's my dyslexia.
237.
Sorry about that. Decided March 14th, night.
Thank you. Okay. This case appears to be directly on point. Case of people being only, that require, it does not require unavailability. And according to the Court of Appeals, there's no violation of the confrontation clause based on the statute. So the objection is noted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for this witness. I'm not sure if it's further cross.
I have no further cross.
Okay, thank you. So you accept that.
And I'll recall previously testified with the story this time. So you've seen this.
We're all about to see.
Yeah.
Let me say.
You don't, there was no video. It's all right.
I mean, I don't have it. I don't know if the court's gonna look at it, but I do want to place my objection with it.
What's your objection?
I don't have the discovery. I should be prior to that. I don't have the video.
All I can say is that full discovery was tendered. I'm not sure if it was an issue with our computer system.
Why are we not just bringing this to our attention?
Because when they told me about video, I thought they were talking about his testimonial video, which they took to the police station. Mr. Ang did mention that there was some other video. I didn't know it was
Would
going
you
to.
like to take the opportunity to review it?
I didn't realize that we were going to watch it today, but I guess we are. So I definitely want to place my objection on the record.
No, just go ahead and watch the video now.
Here, want to look at it with us?
Yeah.
You can have a seat, sir.
I'm seeing Connor, but I have to protect myself. So I'm placing my objection on the record. They're not having the prior.
The record should also reflect Ms. White has had opportunity to view the video in court here. It's approximately how long?
It is 37 seconds.
37 seconds long.
And I will assure that any issues with the discovery are cured by the end of business.
Thank you.
So let me remind you that you're still in the open. You may proceed.
So, officer, you previously testified you were assigned to retrieve some video and you did so, correct?
Yes,
Would you recognize that video again if you saw it?
yes.
So I would like to, if I could, share my screen with the board on Zoom.
Go ahead. Moving for submission.
Well, I just want to have them identify it first before we move for submission. Screen share. So take a look at the screen up there. Do you recognize what we're looking at?
Yes,
And how, have you seen this before?
yes.
In what context have you seen it before?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Is this the beginning frame of the video that you retrieved in connection with the case?
Yes,
Okay. And is it an accurate copy of the video that you retrieved in connection with the case?
yes,
And if there's a timestamp at the top, was that part of the original video?
yes,
It also bears a watermark from the security system. Was that part of the original video that you received?
yes,
Sir, is it, at this time, Judge, I would move for the admission of the video. He has authenticated it by its first frame. I offer to play it for the
Admitted over your objection. Ms. White.
Thank
board. Your Honor, we'll make this people's verdict. So sir, is that a full playing, a fair and accurate copy of the video that basically prompted the case in order to go forward? Yes. No further questions.
Charles, man,
I don't have any questions.
thank you, sir. You may step.
There are no further witnesses or to.
Right, do you have any witnesses for you, please?
No, you're not.
People?
None of the people moved for bind over as charged, based on the evidence presented to the court today, based on the statement, read into the record relating to the complaining witness. It's quite clear that the defendant, at least on one occasion, by his own admission, at least on two occasions, forcibly put this victim, Ms. Mosley, into a van. We can see the amount of force that he used in the video. We actually see her foot in the air, kind of in the windshield area of the van. She was fearful when she presented to the officer. She had made no indication of it against her will. I think it's quite clear that he took her, put her in this video, in this van, and find her secretly against her will. Furthermore, Your Honor, you would, because we don't need to move for admission of count two as it is a misdemeanor, but we would move for bind over.
Your Honor, and based on the court's ruling, which allowed the hearsay testimony of the complainant, I believe it's a question of fact for the trier of fact.
I agree, it is a question of fact. The court, after hearing the testimony of a number of police officers, we don't have a complaining witness here to testify pursuant to the court rule, the court satisfying people that the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in complaint one. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause for the committed. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division for further proceedings. This arraignment, all the information, date and time will be February 24, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. There are any issues as to the will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you after.
Wait, hold.
Yes, I heard. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'll cure that later. Back.
Okay, no problem.
Have Attorney Reeves here yet?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, thanks, Attorney Reeves. All right, long time no see. Sure, you been in jail or something?
Have a good weekend, everybody.
No.
I haven't seen you in forever.
I know.
You sure you ain't been locked up?
No, not like
You
that.
wouldn't tell me. if you-
Yeah, of course, you'll be the first to know.
Okay, calling case 22606-695. Strike that. Case 2260695. People of the state of Michigan versus Demond Chavez. Defendant is charged in count one assault with intent to break bodily harm, thus to murder by strangulation. Count two aggravated domestic violence.
Shall we read the people, P number 60249.
Can you step to the microphone?
Good morning, Your Honor. Keith Reeves appearing on behalf of the defendant, P number 68457.
What's your name, sir?
Demond Chavez Hunt.
There's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, I am ready to proceed. I have one witness, that witness being Candace Hunt.
Ready to call your witness?
Yes, people would call Candace Hunt.
Now, please give your name and spell it to the young ladies up there. Tell me your name. Please raise your right hand. You swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness box right next to me. Speak directly into that microphone, nice and loud, so we can hear you through the mask. Okay. Ready, again, ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name once again for the record. Candace Hunt. All right, Ms. Hunt, I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you don't understand anything, or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right? Okay, thank you. Ms. Hunt, I want to bring your attention back to the date of February 17th of last year, 2022. Remember that date? Yes. Okay, and where were you on that date? Home. And where is your home located? Well, at that time, I was living 19965 Golden Street. Okay. Okay, that's the city of Detroit and the county of Wayne. Yeah. Okay, and were you there alone, or were you with anyone else? I was not there alone. I was there with my two children at that time, and then later on, my strange husband came home from work. And who is your strange husband? Demond Chavez Hunt. Demond Chavez Hunt. And do you see Demond Chavez Hunt in the courtroom here today? Yes. Could you indicate where he is and what he is wearing today? He is two spots to left blue. We have one blue, but blue color, one blue color. Thank you. Your Honor, please, this record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Demond Hunt.
So noted.
Thank you. All right, and you said Mr. Hunt came home after work? Yes. Okay, was he living at the house at that time? Yes. Okay, so can you tell me what happened between the two of you, if anything, on that day at your home? Well, his sister and brother did, Okay, so Mr. Hunt's sister and brother came over? Yeah. Do you know approximately what time that was? 5 p.m. 5 p.m.? Okay, and what happened? We were having a discussion, a heated discussion with his siblings, his sister and brother. Were you there at that time? I was in the shower at that time, but I did overhear them coming in. When I got out of the shower, they were still there. Okay. So what happened after you got out of the shower? I got out of the shower, I went to put my clothes down in the basement. And in the midst of them arguing, he yelled at me like, why am I not going upstairs? And I told him, I'm trying to put my clothes down in the basement, if that's okay with you. So then I went upstairs with the children. And I proceeded to get dressed. Let me stop you right there. Okay, and you said you went upstairs with the children. How old were your children at that time? 1 and 5. Okay. All right, so you were upstairs, you got dressed. What happened after that? You got dressed, and down with the children. By that time, I came down after I heard them leave. After I heard the sisters of leave, they closed the door, and they were gone. So I came downstairs, and I was getting ready to actually dinner in a second. But I went to the bathroom to hang up one towel. Okay, and was Mr. Hunt still there? Yes. Okay. Where was he? He was sitting in the living room at that time, but then he got up out of the living room as I was coming down the stairs, and
see him coming towards the hallway as I'm in the bathroom.
Okay, and what happened when you went in the bathroom?
He was upset. Why would I come out of the shower with just a towel? You know, said, it's not mad at me, it's your brother. When I was hanging up the towel, he still was here. Why would you come out the shower with a towel? That's not what we do. I said, you're not mad at me, it's your brother. I'm not the punch of that. Don't do it. Don't start with me. So that's not what we do. This is, you know, you have to disrespect me in my house. And then all of a sudden he pushes it.
Statements of the defendant.
Okay, and after that, what did he do?
Pushed me into the bathroom sink.
He pushed you into the bathroom sink. Okay, and what happened after that? Did anything happen with the bathroom sink?
Yeah, it didn't work the next day. It didn't work the next day. But when she released me, he still fussed. He still fussed over a towel.
And what happened after that?
Went towards the hallway area. He was still upset about the towel.
Okay, here, just take a moment, let us know when you are ready.
I wasn't gonna disrespect him in his house.
Okay, and where were you at this time?
In the hallway, and I was walking towards the living room area. And I said, I'm not disrespecting you. So all of this over at home, leave me alone.
Okay, what happened after that?
He said, I will beat your ass. And he literally pushed me down. I fell backward in the living room area. And I hit the back of my head.
Where did you hit the back of your head on?
On the floor.
Okay, you were on the floor.
Yeah. And I kind of slowly, I leaned up against the wall, and he's still fucking at me. Just going. And I said, stop, leave me alone. Just shut up, leave me alone. We gave over.
What happened after that?
I walked from the living room into the dining room and I sat down. He sat down and he still walks into the dining room and through the living room and in the kitchen area. He said, you gonna respect me? You think you a man? You think I'll beat your ass out of man? You think you a man in this house? I'll beat your ass because you a man in this house. And I just said, well, do it. If you think you just bad enough to catch a wife off guard, just do it.
Where are both of you now at this time?
Kitchen, he's in the kitchen, and I'm in the dining room, sitting down.
And can I just ask you, where are the kids at this time?
They were following us, so they were like in between the dining room and the room area, and they're following us everywhere I get.
Okay, and what happened next while you were in the kitchen?
So I'm not in the room, keep pissing me off. I'll beat your ass, kind of square on, and he was in the box and there.
You squared off, you said?
Yeah, so he was in the box and there, like, you're not off guard now, I'll beat your ass. And it was just like, he just ran up on me before I knew it, pushed me back out of the chair. He had kegs of water behind me, and I hit my head on the case of the water. And I fell back inside of the chair, broke the chair, and he was on top of the toilet.
So you fell backwards out of the chair. Are you on the kitchen floor now?
No, I'm in the dining room.
Dining room. Okay. And you said that he got on top of you.
Okay.
Okay. Are you on your stomach or on your back?
I'm on my back. I'm still in the chair, but I'm on my back because he pushed me backwards out of the chair.
And what did he do with anything while he was on top of you?
He choking me.
Okay. What did he choke you with?
His hands.
Where were his hands specifically?
Literally on my neck. Hands were on my neck.
Okay. What were his hands doing?
Choking me, squeezing my neck.
Okay. Was your breathing restricted?
Yes.
How long would this go on for if you recall?
I don't remember how long. I don't think I passed out though. But
Okay, you got up after that?
Yeah.
What happened?
Our children were standing right there. I was just trying to get them off me. So in the midst of me trying to get them off me, I got up. She walked into the living room. He was still fussing. I really couldn't recall what he was saying. I just knew he was fussing. The second for a moment, I got up to the kitchen. I got some ice for my fingers, and my finger was throbbing.
Which finger was dropped?
My left ring finger.
You know why?
Yeah, because I was trying to get him off me. He was choking me.
So your finger was injured or hurting at that time?
Yes.
All right, what happens next, if anything?
I just got ice for my finger, and that was pretty much it. I just sat down at the table, at the dining room table.
And what did Mr. Hunt do with anything?
He was sitting in the living room area.
Did you make a report about that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, did you make a report that day or the previous?
You make sense.
Okay. Did anything else happen that night?
No. No.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross examine.
Ms. Hunt, you stated that you were home alone with just your children before your husband came home, correct?
Yes.
And then at some point in time, your husband came home from work, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that his brother and sister were coming to the house, correct?
I was aware, yes.
And in fact, you were also aware that they were coming over because your husband's mother had passed away a week before, correct?
That wasn't the reason why they were coming over.
And so they were having some sort of dispute regarding the death of their mother or arrangements, correct?
I don't know.
And you stated that they were in a heated discussion,
Yes.
right? And you were in the shower at the time that this discussion was taking place, correct?
Yes.
And so you heard this discussion taking place, correct?
I didn't hear specifics, but I heard yelling.
Okay. And when you heard the yelling, you exited the bathroom in nothing but a towel, correct?
Correct.
And there was a robe in the bathroom that you chose not to put on, correct?
It wasn't my robe. I never wear a robe.
Okay. And you exited with nothing but a towel, so it's fair to say you were naked underneath the towel, correct?
It's fair to say that, yes.
And you came out not because you were startled by an argument, correct?
Correct.
You came out because you said that you wanted to throw some dirty clothes in the basement, correct?
No, it came out because my shower, I was done with my shower. I was throwing my dirty clothes down the stairs.
Okay, and the area in which you were going to throw away your clothing was in direct path of this heated exchange, correct?
No, it's not in the
Okay, you were in the same room with the parties that were engaged in this discussion, correct?
No, it wasn't in the same room.
Okay, you were in the view of the individuals having this discussion,
For
correct?
a split second, yes.
Okay. And you didn't come into the room and ask them, was everything okay,
No.
correct? You didn't come in to diffuse the situation, correct?
No, I didn't.
You did not ask everyone if they were okay in the situation,
No.
right? Okay. And so you said that your husband addressed you about coming in there with just a towel, correct?
Could you repeat that?
And you stated that your husband addressed you coming into the room wearing just a towel, correct?
After they left, that's true.
Well, it was your testimony on direct examination that he asked you about the towel when you came into the room, correct?
I didn't come into the room, I was passing through this hallway, the kitchen, there's the living room, they were in the living room, I was passing through. So I was never in the same room with them.
Okay. He addressed you as you were passing through, correct?
Yes.
And you responded that you can go through if that's okay with him, correct? So you did not offer an apology for coming into the room with the towel, correct?
I was never in the room with them.
Okay. And you knew that they were in the midst of an intense situation and you offered no apology for that, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And so instead you made a statement basically suggesting that you can do what you want, so at that time, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you were trying to throw out clothing that you thought was important at that particular time before you got dressed, correct? Throwing clothing to the basement?
Throwing clothing to the basement, that's what I did.
Okay. And so as this argument was continuing between these parties, you went upstairs at that time, correct?
With the children, yeah.
Okay. And so at that time, you decided that you probably should get dressed, right? Okay. And so the brother and sister left the home, correct?
Correct.
And at some point in time, you decided to come back downstairs with your clothes on, correct?
Correct.
And at that particular time, you had a discussion with your husband about you wearing the towel, correct?
It was not a discussion.
Okay. You gave a statement in this case to the police, is that correct?
Yes.
In that statement, you quoted your husband as saying, quote, "Why the fuck would you come down with just a towel on? And you know that's not what we do," correct?
That's what we do.
And you stated that you yelled back, "You're not mad at me, you're mad at your brother," correct?
Correct.
You stated that he yelled, "I don't give a fuck, don't raise your voice at me," correct? Okay, and then you make the statement about not being a punching bag, correct?
Correct.
And then according to this statement, you said he will beat your ass, correct?
Correct.
And you said do it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at this point in time, you're stating that your husband is being aggressive and making threats towards you, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, you're telling him to go ahead and do whatever he wants to do to you at this particular time, correct?
At that time, but not earlier.
Okay. And so you said at that time that there was, he pushed you into the sink, into the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you leave the bathroom, right?
Correct.
And then as you're exiting the bathroom, at some point, you said, he's still yelling, quote, "I don't give a fuck, you're gonna respect me in my house," correct? And in your statement, you said, "I yelled, I don't give a fuck either. This is my house too," correct?
It's my house, yes.
And then there's this yelling going back and forth that basically he's saying how he doesn't care, he doesn't give a fuck, using the terms that you use, and you continue to say the same thing in return, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time, you're not concerned about your children being in the room, correct?
I am always concerned for the children in the room.
Well, you weren't de-escalating the situation, correct?
I was walking away. He was following me.
You were walking away, walking in a circle, according to your own statement, you were staying in the same room, correct?
No, I didn't stay in the same room.
You stayed downstairs, correct?
I stayed downstairs, I was getting ready to fix dinner for the children.
So you didn't try to de-escalate the situation and go back upstairs, correct?
In my opinion, I did not go upstairs, but I did try to walk the room.
As your husband, according to you, were yelling about the towel, at no point in time did you apologize or recognize his concern, correct?
No, I didn't.
And no time did you recognize the fact that he was already upset concerning the incident that was going on between himself and his siblings, correct?
Correct.
And even at some point, you told him to get out of the house, according to this statement, correct?
Right here. Right.
Okay. And so he asked you to leave the house, correct?
He didn't ask me.
He told you to leave the house, correct?
First, he told me to go upstairs.
Okay. And you stated that you decided that you were not going to go upstairs, correct?
Correct.
You told him you're not going to leave the room, correct?
That's the answer.
Okay. And you said that you were not going to leave the house, correct?
Correct.
According to your statement, you said, just go get drunk, correct?
Yeah.
So throughout this situation, you are contributing to a hostile environment at this point, right?
No, that's what we.
Okay. And so at some point, after he says that he pushed you to the ground, you said, quote, "You are such a big man to catch your wife off guard when you need to fight your brother, not me," correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were encouraging him to fight either yourself if you had guard, correct?
No, I'm not encouraging it. Not me.
So you were prepared to fight him according to your statement.
I was not prepared to fight him.
So this was a statement that can be taken as mutual combat being offered.
No.
Okay. And then you told him he needed to fight his brother, correct?
Yeah.
Now, you stated that you went and sat in a chair in the dining room, correct?
Correct.
And at some point in time, you were pushed backwards in the chair and he choked you, correct?
Yeah.
Now, according to your police statement,
Are you just gonna read the entire statement?
no, Your Honor, there's a point because there's two different statements. You're stating that the chair broke and you just got up, correct?
I regained composure and I was able to get up. Yeah.
You had no injuries that were to your neck area that bruising or scarring to suggest that you were choked, correct?
Not to the neck, no.
You were not treated for any injuries to your neck concerning this incident, correct?
It was you who were treated.
Sorry.
It was you, not treated.
Okay. And it's basically your statement that at no time you were physically reactive in fighting with your husband, correct?
Could you repeat that with me?
You were not physically combative with your husband?
Correct. Did not fight that.
You filed for a personal protection order concerning this case, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote out a statement for that as well, correct?
Yes.
And in this statement, you again admitted that you were constantly, at least 3 times, telling him to do it, don't play with me, and encouraging a fight, correct?
No, I don't remember saying, don't play with me. It's not, I don't recall that.
Also in this statement, at some point, your husband told you, "I'm not in the mood for your shit," correct?
It was after I've already been pushed twice.
Okay. And then in this statement, you claim that you continued to argue, and then he allegedly choked you, correct? Okay? And then, in this statement, you say, then he let go. We exchanged words for a little bit, correct? So, in your police statement, you says he choked you and you just got up and that was it, correct? But in your PO statement, you state that after this alleged choking, you continue to argue with him, correct?
I don't recall if we continued to argue.
Okay, and then you state that he simply, after this alleged choking, sat in the living room and you went into the kitchen, correct?
Went into the kitchen there.
And you said you got ice for your finger and continued to make food for your children, correct?
Exactly what I did.
And so you never called the police that night, right?
Correct.
So the police are not aware of any potential injuries that could have been sustained by Mr. Hunt if there was in fact a mutual fight, correct?
That night?
Yes.
Correct. But the next day, separate.
Okay. In fact, you remained in a home throughout the night, correct?
That's correct.
And you even slept in the same bed with your husband thereafter, correct?
Yes.
At no point in time did you call the police, correct?
That night, no.
And the next day you did not call them either. You went into the police station, correct?
I did, yes.
I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
There's nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses for the people?
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense?
No, no.
People?
Your Honor, this time I would move for a bind over and reserve argument.
Your Honor. As to the count one, the assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder, the defense would argue that the prosecution has failed to substantiate probable cause to establish that that is in fact what may have occurred in the situation.
How's that? Did she testify that he choked her?
Well, she testified that he choked her, but there is serious discrepancy with regard to what she says occurred in the circumstances surrounding the alleged choking. It's very unclear as to what exactly occurred that night from her statements, which are in conflict with each other. In one statement, she's saying that her husband is being aggressive towards her. She's trying to avoid any type of contact with him. She has no injuries to sustain to suggest that there was any intent to do any great bodily harm. From her conduct before and after.
So what is the intent when you put your hands around somebody's throat and you squeeze?
Well, that would be assuming that that in fact occurred at all. We would suggest.
That's what she said, right?
That's what she said. But the statute.
And the reason I shouldn't believe her is what?
There is conflicting information surrounding her testimony.
What's the conflicting information?
Well, prior, in her first statement to the police, she states that she's talking to him. Today, she states that she's talking to him. He's just simply yelling at her. She's not really saying anything to him. Leave me alone, leave me alone. But in her police statements, she clearly is stating that she's asking him to fight with her, do it, egging him on, telling him that he caught her off guard, suggesting as if she's ready for some type of mutual combat with him.
But the one thing that remains constant in both statements is that he choked her, right? That he assaulted her, that he hit her, all of those things. That's consistent in both statements, right?
That is consistent. Okay.
Yes.
No, also, the last argument as to the intent, we would ask the court to consider also that in both, no matter how she testified to this incident, she stated that she exchanged words with him thereafter. He went into one room, she went into the other. We would suggest that that goes against intent to do great bodily harm based upon her ability to continue to argue, to cook, to stay in the home, that there's not evidence to suggest that anything that occurred was with the intent to do great bodily harm to the
Or
alleged.
strangulation is the other part of the statute.
Yes.
Great bodily harm or strangulation. She testified that he choked. Ms. Drain?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I would again ask for bind over this charge is specifically, it is assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder, or by strangulation, and more specifically, under count 1, did make an assault with violent Kansas on by strangulation or suffocation. And she did testify clearly that he pushed her, she fell, she was on her back, still in the chair, he got on top of her, put his hands around her neck, and was breathing, it was restricting her breathing, she didn't remember even if she lost consciousness or not, but that was very, very clear. Her testimony did not waver in that aspect at all. I don't think that her testimony on any other aspect of what happened during that night was contradictory. I would ask that this court find that her testimony was credible and believable as to the events that occurred that night. And again, I'd ask to remind you.
So what I gather from the testimony I heard is that the complaining witness was taking a shower. The defendant had some family members over that he had gotten into some kind of argument with, some kind of disagreement. Sounds like it was rather intense. The complainant had the audacity to get out of the shower and wrap a towel around herself and maybe from the defendant's purview, parade herself in front of the family. And he checked her about that, saying, "What are you doing coming out here with a towel? You don't do that." And her, being the woman that she is, had the audacity to talk back to him. After all, she is his child. Oh, no, wait a minute, that's not his child, that's his wife, right? Not his kid. She did appear to be an adult, from what I could see. That was his wife, not his child, talking back to him. And he turned the matter into something physical. I wouldn't care if she walked through there butt naked. That does not mean that he has the right to put his hands on her, which is what she said he did. He did so to the point where he put his hands around her throat and choked her, restricting her breathing. The court is satisfied that people have met their burden, that probable cause as relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit, and the court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. Defendant will be bound over to the Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 24th, 2024, at 9:00 a.m. Are there any issues as to bond? Bond will be continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Good to see you. Don't be such a stranger.
Yeah, I think what.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, I see you hiding back there. That is Mr. Brown.
Oh, no.
Who's that?
This is the complainant's defense, I'm sorry, divorce attorney.
We're doing it. Divorce.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Oh, good morning, sir.
I'm the ladies' attorney.
The ladies' attorney. Okay. All right.
Well, we can hold it just for here. Sister here.
You don't have anybody here on Hines?
No, attorney's not here yet.
No, she said me email too. She still hasn't gotten here yet? Ms.
Pardon?
Hamilton's not here yet?
Which one?
Ms. Hamilton?
No. There you go.
There she is. Asking Michelle to see. Good morning, Miss Anderson. How you doing today? I'm good. All right.
I'm here on the town. Oh, no, on the prosecutor. Right, yeah, you're right. Yes. Yeah.
They out there talking. Chopping it up. That's how I get a signal there. No. Attorney for babies here.
Loki. Is Attorney Baker here?
Nope. This is for this compliance case.
Let me get those folks in here so we can get started, so I have enough.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Are we ready, guys? This is case 2355077, people of the state of Michigan versus James Hines. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons, firearm, short barrel, shotgun rifle. Count 2, weapons, felony firearm, second offense notice. Count 3, weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 4, weapons, felony firearm, second offense notice. Count 5, domestic violence. Defendant has a wish to defend the fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Vanessa Hamilton, PA 2107, on behalf of Mr. Hines, who joins us in the courtroom to my left.
Tell me your name, sir.
James Hines.
There's a date, time set for exam. I'm ready to proceed.
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. Complaining witness in this case is Ms. Ebony Mack. She was notified of today's hearing. She is not present, and I cannot speak without her testimony.
I move to request dismissal on that basis.
So, order the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need a dismissal order. Is Mr. Vicker here?
No.
Did he contact you?
Ms. Hamilton, you wouldn't mind, contact Mr. Vicker. for me and let him
Sure,
know.
you're not the first judge that has had me called in today, believe it or not, so I'll definitely
I believe it.
let him know.
Let's see if there's a 1 minute. Jawanya, start your audio and your video. Start your video, Jawanya. Okay, I'm saying bye to Jawanya, bye Jawanya. Thank you, sir.
Judge, there's no witnesses on the court, so I can give him a few more minutes. Okay.
Party maybe. Hey, sir. Hey, man, how you doing? Good. All right, question. Yes, sir. This is. Hey. Yes, sir. You anticipate this is coming, Mr. Attorney? No. Calling case 2355251, people of the state of Michigan versus William Davey. Defendant discharged in count one assault with a dangerous weapon, count two domestic violence. Defendant has his official defender second defense notice. Here's his report.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Graves of the People, P number 60249.
Brian Gagnon, surname of Defender Service P64220. William Davis.
Designated time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is named Yenta Johnson. She was notified of today's date for the hearing. She is not present and cannot proceed with longer testimony.
Would the court dismiss this matter without prejudice, please?
Sure, we're going to court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you. Your Honor, what does my client need to do to get the tether off? Is there a procedure?
Fill out that dismissal form.
Like that. Thank you, sir.
meetings.
Hey, Ms. Ripley, how you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good. Have you seen or heard from Mr. Rick, Rick?
It's not.
Yeah, witnesses?
I do. Oh, that's- Okay.
You guys want to break for us to 1:15? Stay close to 1:15. One 15.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But as far as thoughts are. Yeah, but I don't have anything, in mind. I don't have like. Yeah. So I don't think that.
This is the I can do. Okay. We got the. Right. Oh, that's. What? Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. All right, thank you. All right, thank you.
That's it.
One. Like, it's all, jumps up. It's all funny. Oh, it's not down. Take all this one, so we- Yeah, keep the- There's no command.
It should be Kevin King. It's a six district. Is that what you have? King, sometimes at 36. Oh, so they have to go directly to him. Okay. It's sent to C R M E dot 24 and 36 district court.org. Both of them. District court. Yes. Yes. So again, which was sent the back to the TH directly to him. Or just CRT. Okay.
No, like Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Okay. Open to the desk here. That's why the other. She's him as a witness here, so they didn't win it.
If you want, well,
I don't want to.
you know, what I'm saying, I don't know if they'll complain about us not having.
Right.
This,
Sure.
because I was gonna say, I have a little table, that's a little longer than what you have over there. If you just wanted to sit there.
Yeah. I want to do this stuff. Yeah. But you can.
Yeah, ready. She's on that two-week turnaround. It's a little table over here, if you want to set it.
Because it's closer, you know, and it's hard to hear events when they don't stand at the podium.
You need me to move this? You sure?
We talking about next week, when she's in. Okay.
So, it's done.
I teach them, this is her.
Uh-huh.
A speaker. And you plug the headphones and you hear you better.
Oh, really?
She didn't want to sit over here. So, next week. We'll figure it out.
There's like the same one.
Well, we won't be moving first. Because we don't use this tape. So
Then I'll put those things.
with the band.
No. Because they see. He's like,
I think they kind of stuck with that.
yeah, they did.
Say what?
I don't care. So I wear my mask. Yes, would you have any side effects? You have allergies? You have high blood pressure? See, so I took. You have that sick? Good. I never did either. Did you have your lunch? How do you like it back here? Do you have your own? Do you have a number?
Charleston, wait.
Mr. Baker didn't show up. He called and said, yeah.
It's a great birthday and here was.
It's telling.
Yes. Oh, first name. Sharon, SHARON.
Great. That's fine. Okay.
Jocelyn Nicole Charleston. Those sunglasses you have on there? Calling case 2355252. People of the state of Michigan versus Jocelyn Nicole Charleston. Defendant is charged with count one assault with dangerous weapon, count two felons and firearms, count three domestic violence. Here's the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Green to the people, key number 60249. Hello, Your Honor. The police report, Attorney Sharon Jones, key number 57113 on behalf of the Charleston.
Come on, name the record.
Jocelyn Nicole Charleston.
Did take time set for exam. Ms. Jones.
Yes, Your Honor. Understanding that she does have the right to hold her exam today, she has elected to waive exam and be found over to continue this matter.
Ms. Charleston, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You understand you have the statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving and saying that means you won't have one, will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged. You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? You understand you were to have when the prosecution would come to establish the primary charge with this community in the city of Detroit that was probably was. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Does anyone promise you anything? No. Are you waiving the right freely and voluntarily? Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
Court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily free from victim. Court finds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be February 24th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. And there are any issues as to bond?
No, Your Honor. No objection.
So bond continue. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, there's just one, which is, the court already agreed to her having, freedom to engage in school-related activities. She's a single parent with a young daughter. Some of those are on the weekend and relate to, Girl Scouts. She's worried, that's not exactly from the school. She just wanted to make sure that would not be a problem. There's not a parent to engage in daughter in activities. She cannot do that.
You sure?
I don't have the objection.
All right. Just be on the safe side. Send me orders.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Have a good evening.
You too. Oh, he's here.
Best I can, man. Very best I can.
See, Mr. Baker, I understand that you have a lot of places to be at the same time. That I understand, I don't have an issue with. What I do have an issue with, though, is that we have to call what I'm looking for. That's a problem.
And I understand that, Your Honor, on today, actually including the fact that myself, my personal home, that
that led to that, but again, that all applies. I don't want to forget. I was in the back speaking to my client, interpreter, I lost track of time. Across the street on a very serious matter, and I did lose track of time. That's why I did not contact the court. I didn't email and realize.
I believe you're before me again on Tuesday. Don't be late, okay?
It's afternoon.
I'm not exactly sure. One thirty.
Hey, what's going on? Oh, yeah. Hey, how you doing? Have a good lunch, Judge.
Yes, sir. How about you?
Oh, it was good. It was good. They always got some good salads over there. Man. Oh.
Right, Mr. Bishop's fine, sir.
Bigger.
Yes.
You too, Ms. Dre.
All right, Ms. Strange, have a good weekend.
Attention call.
Okay. You want to make sure?
Calling case 22-610 People of the state of Michigan versus Desmond Juan Williams. Defendants charged in count one, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count two, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count three, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count four, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Defendant has a conditional in the fourth offense note. Two cases for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
Excuse me, may I please report your Tyrone Baker, you have Desmond Williams, present to my left, you have the number 62647, here from NDS Detroit.
Tell me your name, sir.
Yes, my Williams, yes, my phone name Williams.
Today's date, time set for exam. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is for the people.
This is one.
Okay, ready to call your witness?
Yes, Your Honor. This time the people will call Brian Slater.
You're gonna, for the record, I will.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness in order, you to log off this time. There appears to be no other witnesses in the courtroom.
This is a trial witness on that never seen this way.
Just the camera.
You guys are fine with for
We need to do that now. I'll mute his name. And ask him what his name is. Good afternoon, little man. Can you tell her what your name is and spell it for her? Come in here and have a seat. This is gonna be really cool. You're gonna talk to this microphone, almost like you sing it right.
Okay.
Nice and loud, so we can hear you. You got one?
How old are you? Do you know when your birthday is? June 24, 2013. Brian, do you know someone by the name of Desmond Williams? Yes. And who is that to you? And Brian, do you?
Speaking to the microphone, okay?
Do you see him in the courtroom today? Yes. And could you point to him and tell me the color that he's wearing? Green. He's wearing green. And where is he sitting in the courtroom? By the man in the brown. Your Honor, with the record reflect that the witness is identified the defendant in this case.
So noted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brian, did something happen between you and Desmond? Yes. Can you tell me what happened? And when you say touched you inappropriately, can you tell me what you mean by that? He touched my friend. Your private.
Speaking to the microphone.
Okay. When you say your private area, what are you talking about? What do you use your private area for? Okay. So when you go to the restroom, what part of the restroom do you use it for? Number one. Okay. Can you tell me about him touching your private area? would put his mouth on it? When did this happen?
In my old house.
Do you know where your old house is?
No,
Do you know the city it's in?
Detroit.
Okay. How many times did this happen? 3 times? Okay. Can you tell me about the first time that this happened? Okay. So he said that, this time he touched you in your private parts? And, how old were you when that happened? Were you 6 or 7 for every time that it happened?
Yes.
What would happen when he would touch your private parts?
Yes.
He put his mouth on, okay. So. Where are you the first time that this happened?
Well, when
Yes,
I was at my old
you were at your old house. Okay, where at in your old house?
upstairs,
And where at upstairs?
my mom and
Who was all home when this happened?
my grandmother
And where were your brother and sister when this happened?
downstairs.
So you and Desmond are upstairs in your mom and his bedroom. What happened? And what kind of clothes were you wearing?
It was like a onesie type jacket.
And did you take off your clothes?
Yes,
And was he wearing any clothes?
yes,
What was he wearing?
underwear.
And when you took off your clothes, what happened?
He told me that.
What did you get in bed?
So I'm having a little problem hearing you because you're turning your face away from the microphone. You turn towards the microphone and ask your question. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So what happened? What happens after he tells you to get in bed?
He made me put my mom on the screen.
And when we're talking about his private area, what are we talking about?
Part that he used to get on the
Is what
part they used to put on the.
part he uses for number one? What comes out when he uses it for number one?
He would move his hand up and down and whatever.
What comes out of when you go to the bathroom? Pee.
So tell me what happens when you're in the bed.
He made me put my mouth on the private.
And how did he make you do this?
He told he was hold my hand and he made me put my mouth on.
Would he say anything at this time?
No,
Would you say anything?
no,
Was it hard for you to breathe?
yes,
And what would make that stop?
he was over my head.
And what would happen after he lets go of your head?
I would go downstairs.
So when you're upstairs, does he ever touch you?
Yes,
And how does he touch you?
he would put his mouth on my head.
And so at this time, this first time, would he, or did he put his mouth on your private parts? Yes. And what happened when that happened? He will put my head on the and what could you feel? This first time, when he made you put your mouth on his private part, did anything come out of his private part? Yes. Okay, can you tell me about that? He would move his hand up and down on his private part and a lot of stuff would come out. Did anything else happen this first time? And you said that there was 3 times that this happened. Can you tell me about another time that this happened? Okay, what happened the second time? We went out to the mall, came back, and we went upstairs. Okay, so, when you guys get home from the mall, who all is home? Me, yeah, my brother and my sister. And where do your brother and your sister go? They stay downstairs and watch TV. Oh, so he tells you to go upstairs. Is that correct? Yes. And you said he tells you to take your clothes off? Yes. And what happens after that? Did he touch you at all? Yes. And how did he touch you? On your private part? Is this the same private part that you go number 1 with? Yes. Where at upstairs are you this time? Do you know what you're wearing this time? Do you know what he was wearing? And when he touched your private part, can you tell me about that? He put his mouth on it. And when he put his mouth on it, what happened? What did he do? Need a second? You need some water or something? You go to the restroom. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. What's that? not so sure if I did this before. But you promised me something the truth, one truth, and nothing but the truth. Have you told the truth about everything so far?
Thank you, Judge. So, we were talking about the time when you got home from the mall and you were asked to go upstairs and take your clothes off. And you said, can you tell me what happened again up there? It was making my mouth be very hard. And when you're saying he was, is that what happened on this time, or is it just something he would normally do? Is this something that happened at this time when what we're talking about? Okay. So he made you put your mouth on his private part. Does he say anything when this happens? No. Do you say anything? No. How does this happen? Does he ever touch you? Yes. And how does he touch you on this time? Okay. So this time you're upstairs after the mall, he touches you on your private area too? Yes. Okay. What part of him touched your private area this time? Remove his hand up and warm up and did anything else happen upstairs at this time? No. And you had said that there was 3 times. You had talked about 2 already. Can you tell me about the 3rd time? And who's in the basement? My mom. And what happened? My mom washed some clothes and when my mom goes upstairs, he would grab me. He grabbed my arm. And I don't have my time to play with her. Do you remember what you're wearing this time? Shorts and shoes. You remember what he was wearing? Yeah. So, what does he do to make you put your mouth on his private part? And is it hard for you to breathe? Yes. What happens after he makes you put your mouth on his private part? And that happened this time in the basement? Yes. And what happens after he puts his mouth on your private part? And is that to your private part or his? Yours. Does anything come out of his private part down in the basement? No. Does anything come out of your private part down in the basement? No. Does he ever tell you or threaten you or promise you to not say anything about this? Yes. Okay, can you tell me about that?
You say what?
He said not to tell anyone? When did this happen? And where was your, when he told you this, where was your mom? At work. And where were your siblings? Downstairs. Was there anybody else home? No. Does, he ever touch you any other time? No. Does he ever make you touch him any other time? No. How do you feel when he makes you touch him? Like it was my fault. Why does this make you feel like it's your fault? Because I made it too. And if you know, do you know if Desmond is over 17 years old? No. You don't know? Do you know if he goes to school? No. Okay.
No, he doesn't, or no, you don't.
You said he was dating your mother? Yes. Do you know how old your mom is? She's 29. Nothing further at the time, Robert.
Cross-examine.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
You're, take your mask down, so.
Unfortunately, still gotta keep it. We're working on it.
Okay. Actually, I might have to switch real quick. All right. Okay. I'm gonna ask some questions, and if I ask you anything you don't understand, just let me know, and I'll ask it differently, okay? Ryan, so you're 9 now, right? And, what month is your birthday? Now, Mr. Williams here, he was your mom's boyfriend by one time?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that you have a brother and a sister, right?
Yes.
How old is your brother?
6.
Right? What's his name? And how old is your sister?
2. Paige.
Paige is Mr. Williams' daughter, correct?
Yes.
You said she's about 2.
Yes.
Did you go to Paige's first birthday party?
1 year.
Did Paige have a first birthday party?
Yes.
Did you go?
Yes.
At one time, you said that Mr. Williams said she inappropriate. Remember that?
Yes.
Is that a word that you use often?
Yes.
You testified this happened 3 times, right?
Yes.
Do you, was it only 3 times?
Yes.
No more times than 3, correct?
Yes.
Less either, right? No less than 3 either, right?
No.
Now,
do you remember like how long you had known, Mr. Williams before the first time this happened? Let me ask you maybe better. How long have you known Mr. Williams? Okay. Was there ever a time? Was there ever a time when you referred to Mr. Williams as your father? Or dad? You ever used to call Mr. Williams dad?
No.
Now, you were asked about the first time these incidents. Remember that?
Yes.
You said that happened, is that at your house?
Yes.
That was the old house?
Yes.
You told us about the second time and the third time. Was each of those times at that same house?
Yes.
Right? And you said the first time was upstairs, right?
Yes.
Do you remember that first time? Who was mom at the house?
First time what?
The first time who was at the house, who was home? Do you know, around like what time of day it was? Do you remember, when you went upstairs, did he ask you to go upstairs, or did you guys go up together?
He asked me.
He was already upstairs? And do you know where your mother was at that time, or is it?
At home.
She was at home,
No, it was.
at work? Do you know if it was daytime or nighttime? And so after you came upstairs, you said that did Ms. Williams ask you to take your clothes off? Did he tell you to take your clothes off?
Yes.
That first time this happened, when you came upstairs, you didn't think any of this was gonna happen, right? You weren't scared of anything, right? And you said there came a time where, well, I'm not gonna ask you to go through the whole thing. But you remember that first time, what happened first? Like, what was the first thing that you think was wrong?
Took my clothes off.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I didn't hear.
Remember anything else after that happened next? So they asked you to take your clothes off. And say it's hard to remember what happened after that. Okay. Now, you testified that during the first time, or the second time, or the third time, that at some point, that he put his mouth on your private. Remember that?
Yes.
And then you put your mouth on his private parts at some time, okay? So my question is it hard for you to remember which time something happened?
Yes.
As we sit here today, when I asked you about that first time, you said, hey, you asked me to take my clothes off. You didn't think that was right. You recall that? You remember that? Is it fair to say that after that, you don't remember what happened?
Yes.
You testified that when this happened, that you were 6 or 7.
Yes.
Do you believe that you were the same age for each of the 3 incidents? Do you remember having a birthday in between it all?
One.
Think you had one birthday? Do you remember during any of these incidents what month it was?
No.
Do you remember what season it was, whether it was summertime or wintertime or fall? I'm sorry, I was talking, sorry, what you saying?
One of the times it was summer.
Do you remember which of the times you think that was? One was summertime.
Yes.
And you testified that that was your old house. Nothing happened after you moved. I assume you moved from the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing happened after that, right?
Yes.
Nothing happened in the car either, right? And
Wait, one thing in the car. My mom went into the grocery store and he grabbed my hand.
was that the first, or the second, or the third?
Third time.
You said that, you said you grabbed it in him?
Yes.
Do you know, after the first time, did you tell anybody after the first time?
No.
Is it fair for me to say that you didn't tell anybody after the second time or the third time?
No. My brother told me.
Your brother told your mom? Do you know when your brother told your mom?
No.
You know where your brother told your mom?
No.
How did you find out that your brother told your mom?
My mom was fighting about it.
When your mom confronted you about it, she said that your brother had told her?
Yes.
Do you know, do you have any idea how long ago that was?
No.
You know if it was, it's winter right now, right?
Yes.
You know if it was this winter? You know if it was this past summer?
No.
Not sure. That's, then we'll pass the first time, the second time, that this happened, you said that you're coming back from the mall.
Yes.
And, you would, Ms. Williams asked you to go upstairs. Is that true?
Yes.
And then that second time you came home from the mall. After he asked you to take off your clothes, what happened next? Is this room a bedroom? Is this your mom's bed? Is this your mom's room?
Yes.
Remember what happened next?
You put the cover on your face.
Is that when you said, is that the time when you said Mr. Williams put his mouth on your private area?
Yes.
Did you put your mouth on his private area at that time? Did, during any of these times, were there ever any adults at the house?
Yes.
What time is that?
Yes.
No other adults? What about the time in the basement? Was mom home?
Yes.
Was she still in the house when this happened?
Yes.
And where do you remember her being?
She was washing clothes.
When your mother confronted you about it, did you talk to her about what had happened?
Yes.
But you're sure that you didn't tell her first, your brother did, correct?
Yes.
How did your brother know?
It's okay.
Do you know, and if you don't know, it's okay. But do you know if your brother said to your mom, hey, something happened to me? Or if your brother said, hey, something's happening to Brian?
No, not me.
Your mother came to ask you. Did she ask you about what was happening to you or what was happening to your brother?
What is happening to
And did you tell her everything that you told us today?
Yes.
And, eventually, did she ask you to speak to some other people about it?
Yes.
Did you do that?
There were 2 weeks, 3 months. Yes.
Some time went by,
Yes.
and then you were asked to speak to somebody else about all of this?
Yes. I talked to the police.
To the police? Kids talk? You remember the kids talk? About the kids talk, did you, you remember having a conversation?
Yes.
It was long, right?
Yes.
You were long. And, was there anything, well, first let me ask you this. We've been here for a while, we've been a lot of. Is there anything that you said today that you think is not true, it, change anything? Okay, and you had the kids talk. You tell the truth when you talk to them, kids talk?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that you said to the kids talk that you feel like after you thought about it, might maybe not been true or you wish you changed? So as far as you can remember, you told, everything you said to the kids talk is true, correct?
Yes.
I'm almost done. Um, When you said that it was your mother confronted you about this, you remember that? Was she upset? Sorry?
I don't remember what she said.
Well, my first question was she upset? Was she upset?
Yeah,
Do you remember what she said?
no.
Did you ever see her talk to Mr. Williams about this?
No.
No, I have nothing further.
You read it right?
A couple questions for you, Brian. Okay. So, I'm supposed to testified that there's some things that you don't remember what happened next at certain times. But it's hard to remember sometimes. Why is it hard for you to remember what happened sometimes?
Because of the Stonewall.
And the things that you testified happening the first time, second time, and third time, you remember those happening? Things that, when you said that when he would, testified that he would make you put your mouth on his private part, and he would make you put your mouth, and then he would put his mouth on your private part. Do you remember those things happening? And the first time that it happened, did he put his mouth on your private part and you put your mouth on his private part that time? So both of those things happened the first time. And the second time, did both of those things happen? And that third time in the basement, did both of those things happen?
I like, I would object, I feel that's leading. I understand.
Some reading is allowed.
That third time when you were in the basement, you said your mom was doing laundry.
Yes.
Was she down there when he made you put your mouth on his private part?
No.
Was she down there when he put his mouth, or when you put your mouth on his private part?
No.
Where was she at during this time?
Upstairs.
And you said during these times, there were no other adults home,
No.
except for that third time when your mom was upstairs.
Yeah.
So the only adult home those two times was Mr. Reginald Williams.
Yes.
You consider him an adult to you?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, maybe next step.
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, well, first, you would, move to find over the charges of the complaint. You would find over on counts 1, 2, and agree. We don't believe that there was any testimony to establish a count for. But we would move to add, 3 more counts of criminal sexual conduct first degree fellatio for the incident that he testified that 3 times. Mr. Williams performed fellatio on him, and then he says that Mr. Williams makes him perform fellatio on Mr. Williams. So I believe those are 2 separate acts. And so we would move for the 3 more additional counts.
Why aren't you moving over on count 4 from the sexual conduct second degree? Are you getting that testimony where he testified that the defendant allegedly put his hand on his private part, grabbed his private part?
I may have missed that, but it's in the record. And you would find it from that.
I'm sorry, I can totally hear, of course, and I did hear it in the private part, I wasn't sure. There was some
I'm talking
support.
about count 4 criminal sexual conduct second degree. The witness testified that the defendant put his hand and he grabbed his private part. We're moving to add 3 counts of criminal sexual conduct to the first degree.
Yes, Your Honor, by 8.
Mr. Pickett?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, if you guys come forward. As to all charges, Your Honor. Well, first, as to any added counts, my only statement was just that we did not see any kind of notice. I understand that it's not required per se. I just would like to make the record that there was no notice at all given, that there will be seeking additional counts as it relates to the exam. I would, however, that I don't anticipate that would be additional questions.
All right, so the information can be amended at any time during, before, or after the preliminary examination. And consistent with the witness's testimony, we get an opportunity to cross-examine the witness before his allegations get made. And the prosecution is well within their rights to move for the addition of those 3 counts.
With that said, Your Honor, I would object to find over on all counts without any arguments.
What I'm hearing the testimony of the young 9-year-old witness is satisfied that people have met the burden of probable cause as it relates to the original counts 1 through 4, as well as the added counts of 5, 6, and 7, criminal sexual conduct in the first degree. The court finding those counts, as well as the original counts, were committed in the city of Detroit, and that there's probable cause to believe this defendant committed the violence over to Lane County Court. Criminal division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 17, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any issues as to bond?
How to tax the people.
This is current bond.
I think it's 500,000.
500,000 cash, sure, that sounds about right. Bond continue, thank you.
Your Honor, may I request a bond report on behalf of Mr. Williams?
You did that, there recommend no action. It's right here.
Right here, so.
That's the, take a look at it now.
Sure.
They can post it over here if they go.
No, it's wrong, I just was trying to learn how, for example, sometimes when we order. We can do it, vice versa. So I know you have it. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't see me tomorrow.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
Tuesday. Tuesday. You don't see me Tuesday.
It's not Monday, I'm not gonna be over again yet.
I was ready tomorrow, Judge, I was gonna be here tomorrow.
We just got through this week.
Keep that spirit going, okay? So people going till Tuesday. We'll be there waiting.
Have a good weekend, everyone.
Yes.
I see. weekend. Let's have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you, you too.